We welcome you to Leesburg, Virginia for tonight's USL Jägermeister Cup out of Group 5. It's the two leaders on the table. Loudoun United playing host to Charlotte Independence in their first meeting since 2021, alongside the former Manchester United keeper Gary Bailey. Michael Watring, it's great to have you with us for tonight's matchup. And as you look at the table, Loudoun United can win the group this week if they win tonight's matchup, and Lou City gets either a win or goes to penalties against North Carolina. Meanwhile, Charlotte Independence, they control their own destiny. A win tonight and a win in the finale against Richmond, and they could find themselves atop the table. Why is Abdelatif Abukura? He has scored a team-high 13 goals in all competitions this year, with 2 braces as well.
He's such a clever player. With the ball at his feet, he can run at pace and strike the ball. Great awareness around him. Only 20 years of age, and he's currently the joint Golden Boot leader in the USL.
Conversely, for Charlotte Independence, in their last matchup, they fell behind 2-0 and needed a late surge to escape with points.
This is the first one for Lexington, the back of the net, and then they went, as you say, 2-0 down. He had a little bit of confusion in defense, so it took a real fantastic comeback. And who would lead that charge? None other than Christian Cheney, of course. A lovely chip over the goalkeeper, and then a 93rd minute equaliser in the dying moments to take them to penalties.
That was by Christian Cheney, who has 5 goals all time in this tournament, and they would win it 4-2 in penalties. Cheney is on a heater. He scored 9 times in the last 11 matches.
He's a big guy up front. Ideal number 9. He can hold the ball up. He's a good header of the ball as well, but he's strong and he's got great striking ability off both feet. The ideal man to have an attack.
The top spot in Group 5 of the 2025 Jägermeister Cup on the line tonight. Who takes hold of it here in the USL Cup? Will it be Loudoun at home, looking to bounce back after its first home loss of the season? Or will Charlotte come in and surge to the top of the table? Find out next.
Meet Bob.
Did you sign up for your boating class?
Nah, I gotta learn how to swim first.
Meet Abisola.
New shoes?
They are a lifestyle.
They fell in love and mounted family.
He's at 7 on DCW 50.
This is business today. Fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. At Segra, we'll help you navigate a complex future with state-of-the-art voice, internet, and data protection solutions. We know you have dreams, and we see your potential. Segra, freedom to grow.
Come see what's trending on Karamo. He has deleted 1,938 texts in the last 30 days.
Unlock that phone for me. What's in there that you cannot show me?
See what's taking over everybody's feed.
You did try to gaslight her. You did try to mislead her. You did try to manipulate her.
I don't even worry about that at all.
This is a lot of chaos from the beginning.
A lot. All season on Karamo.
Weekdays at 3 on DCW 50.
What kind of future do you want? You have something worth fighting for.
Failure is not an option. Anyone? Just a second, Bradley. Anyone?
On this field, winners are born.
Hold on to your butts.
I know who did it.
I know why.
My thing's bigger.
Shut up.
Settle up, partner.
Here goes nothing.
Get your game on.
Thanks for coming after me.
We look forward to our very bright future.
We welcome you back here to Segra Field. Just as the players were walking onto the field, there was a strike of lightning in the area, and a decision to resume will be made in 30 minutes as the players are making their way back to the locker room. So the first match on the schedule tonight in the USL Jägermeister Cup is delayed. We will keep you aware of everything happening here. Be sure to check out social media to understand when this match might start. But for now, at least a 30-minute delay here between Loudoun and Charlotte Independence. We'll step out for a break, and we'll keep you updated on things here in Leesburg, Virginia in the USL Jägermeister Cup. Jägermeister is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the USL Jägermeister Cup. Take a shot at glory and celebrate the magic of this exciting tournament all year long. Please drink responsibly. Roughly 2 hours ago, the teams were on the pitch getting ready to kickstart this match, but lightning struck, it struck again, and even more after that. And finally, we are back onto the pitch and getting ready for action here in Group 5. Michael Watchring and the former Manchester United keeper, Gary Bailey, with you tonight for Loudoun and Charlotte Independence. As we take a look at the starting lineups, brought to you by VSI, the ultimate choice for ultimate spine solutions. In Loudoun, despite the loss on Wednesday, no changes tonight.
Yeah, and they played really well on Wednesday in the first half anyway, so that's probably why they haven't made any changes. Watch out for 19-year-old DC United loanee Hakim Karamoko, super quick in attack, and also Florian Velo dictating the moves as a number 10.
You look at the Charlotte Independence side on the other side. They're experienced after getting to the semifinals last year, and here's their 11.
Just the one change to the side that lost to Texoma. Juan Moreno is in for Swebu Maru, who drops to the bench in a sort of 4-2-3-1 approach. John Baquero pulling the strings in centre midfield, and Fabrice Ngard joining the attack down the left-hand side.
So after roughly a 2 hour and 5 minute delay, we're ready for action here tonight. It's the Gold Kits for Charlotte Independence, USL League One representatives, against the red-kitted Loudoun United, the top team in Group 5. And here we go. Fans hanging around, finding their seats for this matchup, and it's good to have you on board with us. Critical matchup. Loudoun with a win tonight and some help tomorrow could clinch the #1 spot and a chance to go to the knockout stages. Meanwhile, Charlotte Independence controls its own pathway if they win their final 2 matches of the group stage. And Gary, you look at this, players were amped up, they were ready to go, they were on the field, and after 2 hours of sitting around, you have to refocus and get back out on the pitch.
Yeah, and it's very important for both teams to do exactly that. Not easy to do, plus and the fact there's rain on a turf pitch. It's not a grass pitch, so how will the ball skip? How will it move? All these factors have to be taken into account.
Early possession given away, and it's Karamoko. Springs forward, Ryan goes to the right, and Karamoko runs right into danger. Back out wide. Karamoko chases after it against Romero. Big-bodied Karamoko wins the race. Romero, though, takes it back, however. And here goes Charlotte Independence in the attack. Learman comes out to greet. All the way up top, it's Njai. Over to Hauregi. The young man passes it over. Moreno. Hauregi. Lays it back out wide. Njai. Hauregi. Throws this ball in. It's Cheney knocking it down. Cheney. Hauregi swings the leg. It's knocked down by Faru. And the first shot of the match goes to Charlotte.
Not a little bad effort there from Charlotte, and a reminder to Loudoun United, sitting 3rd in the USL, that this team from a division lower are a decent team. They've already beaten in the Jaeger Cup both North Carolina and then Lexington after drawing. They beat them on penalties, so they won't be overawed by Loudoun United. But this is a very good team in red, and if they play anything like they did first half against Lou City, where they were 1-1 at halftime and then got a red card, if they play as well as they did that first half, where they had an 80-20% possession against Lou City, top of the table, then you might find Charlotte Independence are in for a tough afternoon, or evening now.
Ryan Martin said that the #1 key for his group was getting off to a good start. They've allowed the first goal in 4 straight, and 7 of the last 8 overall, despite coming back to win a couple of those times. He wants to see his team get off to a good start. Conversely, for Mike Jeffries, he said transitional moments will be critical against a Loudoun team that likes to possess.
Well, just to add to that thought, not only have they conceded, as you said, in 7 of the last 8, they've only scored once in the first 25 minutes. That was in the opening day against Birmingham. So from Loudoun's point of view, a good start, a positive start is super important here, and it's a routine they want to get in, a habit they want to get into.
McCabe, Velo winds it back. It's a Loudoun side that is third in the USL Championship in goals, but the majority of that happens in either the final 15 of the first half or in the second half. It's a good ball. Abukura tracks it down. Abukura tries to lay it across, but can't get it past Dimmick as it gets knocked away, and our first corner of the match goes to Loudoun.
Just a thought, Charlotte. You probably don't want to leave Abukura unmarked out wide on the left-hand side there. He is such a clever player, and we featured him in the opening, which is now 2 hours ago. Just as a reminder, joint top goal scorer in the USL and a really fabulous talent.
IBEW Local 26 corner kick. This ball sent in, headed high by Velo. A second header from Karamoko. And finally knocked away. Matt Levy came out late and never got a hand to it. McCabe. As that ball knocked away by Cheney as it rolls all the way back to Farouk. Welcomed his second child into the world on Tuesday. Quickly played on Wednesday, and another busy night here on Saturday evening. Abukura pops out. Cole Turner nearly intercepted by Cheney, who would have been off to the races. Instead, it's Tingy. Tingy laces a ball through that trickles back to Levy.
Just looking at the team sheets for both these teams, I thought maybe there might be some rotation. Give other players a chance as Farouk comes out there. Oh, what's he done?
Farouk has completely whiffed on that ball, and he gets bailed out as that just does whistle wide left of the post after Juan David Moreno tracked it down.
That's some poor goalkeeping by Hugo Farouk, and he's very, very lucky he wasn't punished there. You can see Cole Turner getting back just in case he has to try and slide it away from the goal line, but wow, risky goalkeeping.
Here's this ball in, dummied along. Velo is chasing after it, and it gets swept to the sideline.
Before Farouk gave us a bit of a fright there. Just saying, both coaches have played their strongest sides. No changes to Loudoun, one to Charlotte. It just shows that they're both super keen to get 3 points here and perhaps and potentially win this group.
Louisville and North Carolina will play tomorrow at 6 o'clock due to the weather. So that match impacts this one in terms of who wins the group as this bounces to Levy. A reminder on things, Loudoun wins the group with a win, and either Lou City being victorious or penalties against North Carolina. A draw tonight would set up a winner-take-all matchup against North Carolina on July 25th. Cheney gets taken out, but it's Cheney the man that is called for the foul.
Quite sure what happened there because Cheney definitely was tripped. Whether he did something before that, whether there was a tug that we didn't see, but he's a handful. You can see his physique, he's big and strong, is Christian Cheney, but he's also a great header of the ball, great striker of the ball, and holds it up very well. So ideal target man to have from Mike Jeffrey's side.
Cheney has already scored 3 goals in this year's Jägermeister Cup. Into the air this goes, it gets bounced away. That pass past Velo as it trickles out. There's a look at Ryan Martin, the April USL Championship Coach of the Month. We've hit a little bit of the skids here in the last couple matches, but still sitting in 3rd place in the Eastern Conference.
Got to say their performance against Lou City until Yanis Lehmann was sent off was spectacular. That they literally played the leaders of the Eastern Conference off the park. Now perhaps Lou City wanted to sit deep, wanted a counter-attack, I get that, but nonetheless the passing, the movement of Loudoun, they've built up this season to become a team that other teams look at and think, well, you're probably not going to get a lot of possession off them. They're so good at keeping hold of the ball.
Abukura tracks down the second phase. Velo spikes this across, and it goes out of play. Ryan Martin was honest about the assessment of his group because He mentioned Lou City as you take a look at Mike Jeffries, as his job tonight is to take what he learned from Lou City, which Ryan Martin said teams might see sitting in a low block against us could be the way to defend us, because they did not really create a lot of goal-scoring chances for a good duration of that game against Louisville.
It's funny talking to Mike Jeffries. I asked him to sum up Loudoun. I'll tell you in a moment. Well, it's offside, so I can tell you now. He said they're aggressive in their press, and he said they can keep this ball so well they can keep it for a couple of centuries. So, but tongue-in-cheek there from Mike Jeffries. But basically what he's saying is that there's such a good passing side that you've got to counter-attack them. And what's he now? He's been there a long, long time, Mike Jeffries. Done a really good job there at Charlotte Independence. And this side, sitting second in League One, have got every chance of, again this season, producing something spectacular.
Over a decade with Charlotte Independence. They were a League One finalist in 2023. Last year they went to the semifinals of the Jaeger Cup, falling to Ford Madison in the semifinal. And this year, a win in this match would propel them to the top of the table with only Richmond to go. And Richmond trails Lexington at home through a half hour, 2-0. Below heads this, Abukura. Able to slow it down enough. Bodies tangle. McCabe can't come out of there with it. Velo doesn't get a piece either. And these are the moments that the Independents have to capitalize on. Transitional. Moreno asking for it, finally does get it. Goes back out to the wide side, and now the shot slices out.
Will beings from another world come to Earth?
How long is a galactic year? 250 million years.
Or could aliens live among us already? The Big Bang Theory.
Weeknights at 6 on DCW 50.
Scoreless through the opening 10 minutes here in this Group 5 matchup between Loudoun and Charlotte, the number 1 and number 2 teams on the table in the Jaeger Cup. Velo curls it around. It takes one head and now trickles back out to the middle of the field. Expect a lot of this tonight from Loudoun as they try to break down this Independence group. Tingy was the target, but it spins away from him.
And Ryan Martin's saying in order to break down a low block, and the low block being where the team sit very, very deep, so sometimes you've got to use set pieces, you've got to whip in crosses and get headers. You can't always play the ball through. He said, as to your point, we have to get a lot better at working our way around a low block.
He did admit that he did feel like his team is getting a little bit tired with the schedule. Tingy shoots this ball across, nudged away, and ultimately sent back out towards the middle of the field. Awuwa tracks it down. Time and space for Loudoun in the attack. Skundrich, McCabe. Below picks his head up. Abukura runs across and finds good space. Abukura chips. There is Ryan, the target. But stepping up was Dimmick, and ultimately Levy gobbles it up.
So many players in defense there for Charlotte Independence, and so difficult for Abukura to find that little gap. In the end, headed clear. Goalkeeper sweeps it all up. But with that many players back and just Christian Cheney up front, it's hard for Charlotte Independence to relieve the pressure. They're going to have to just have an accurate ball out of defense up to the 99 up front and see if he can hold the ball up and allow the rest of the players to join him.
The playbook that Lou City sent out on Wednesday, when they only had 20% of the possession for the majority of the game. It was all Loudoun for most of the night. Ball ricochets off of Skundrich.
Ryan Martin almost saying that it's a sign of respect that the best team in the East sits back and counterattacks you because you're that good at possession. The only thing that was missing was the goals at the end of it. Ended up losing 4-1, but we're very unlucky on the day, to be fair. I think the red card to Yanis Lehmann was the turning point just before halftime when the score was still 1-1.
Learman, of course, available tonight, regular season versus Jaeger Cup, as well as Ryan Martin, who picked up a red card as well in that game on Wednesday. A foul against McCabe. Charlotte will use moments like this to catch their breath, take the air out of the ball, and reset. And so far, what we've seen has been a little bit of the tale for Loudoun of late. 14 minutes in, the majority of the ball, but the two best chances belong to the Independents. Hauregi in the second minute, a shot, and then Faru nearly gave up an empty netter, trying to come out against Moreno, who couldn't quite put it on target.
That was bad goalkeeping, and I'm sure he'll hold his hands up. Hugo Faru, very lucky to get away with that. When you're going to dominate games, you don't want to give the opposition simple chances, and it was nearly a very costly goal.
Abukura goes 1v1, drags it past the first. Abukura blasts it high and wide.
See what he was trying to do, trying to bend it into the far corner there. Such a clever player, mentioned with the ball at his feet. He can run, he can dribble. And here he's trying to bend it far post and just puts a little bit too much on it. The idea was good, execution just lacking.
This ball splashes down along the sideline. A good hunting chase by Vaquero. But he's the last man to touch it as it rolls out for a Loudoun throw. Charlotte has not been shut out since April 5th. They've scored in 13 consecutive matches. They have that firepower to finish second in League One in goals this season. And here's the chase now for Loudoun. Karamoko gets shoved to the deck. It's a foul, and it's our first booking of the match as well. That one goes on Fabrice Inga.
This is the skill of young Karamoko. He's powerful, gets in front of you. There wasn't much contact, but he won a penalty against Lou City by creating the contact, turning into the player, something that Lou City weren't happy about, but it didn't look like there was enough for it just about to be a penalty. And again, he wins a free kick in a very dangerous position. Now, this is what Ryan Martin was saying. Let's use these opportunities to get the goals that we need.
Yellow cards presented by Continental Cards. Continental Cards, elevate your collection. Florian Vallot backpedals. The 32-year-old Frenchman finds this ball up. Vallot curls this ball around. It finds the head of one. It hits the leg of Skundrich, and it rolls out for a goal kick.
Skundrich just trying to do something at the far post. Initially, that ball cleared by Charlotte. It was a decent ball into the danger area. Have a look at it here from Vallot. Puts it right into the heart of the box. So difficult. Just gets knocked to the back post. Skundrich trying to hook it back and gets a bit of a bump. Goes down theatrically, but referee not interested.
Attack again for Loudoun. McCabe rolls it through the middle, and the possession continues for Tingy. Tingy wraps this ball around. It does hit the head of Ryan, but he's unable to put it on target, and it goes out for another goal kick. The USL on CBS Sports Network continues the first week in July with 3 hot matchups. Birmingham Legion takes on Charleston Battery at 8 p.m. That's Wednesday night. Last season's champs, Colorado Springs Switchbacks, welcome Lou City on the 4th of July at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then Charleston Battery back in action against North Carolina on Sunday, July 6th at 5 p.m. Eastern. Catch all the action on the CBS Sports Network. Good slate of games next week in the USL Championship. In the attack now, it's Vaquero. Lays it back wide. Inga across. Cheney was the target. Punched away by McCabe. And now Vallot plays Karamoko along. Karamoko. Good ball. Ryan stays onside, able to hold up his run. Slingshots it over. Awuah was waiting for it, but it never seemed to fall out of the sky as it's knotted away.
There was a call for offside there. Quite a few hands went up from the Charlotte Independence defenders, but just timed perfectly for Loudoun. They are beginning to get around the back of the Charlotte Independence defense and winning a few set pieces as well. So I think Ryan Martin will be relatively pleased with the start. But once again, to give you that stat, they've only scored once in the first 25 minutes all season. And here we are, nearly 20 minutes into the game, and they've yet to hit the back of the net.
Below picks out space, tries to thread the needle. Instead, Ryan slows. Awuah crosses to the back post. Tingy brings it in. Finally cradles. Tingy waits, now throttles. Can't get it past the defender. Slingshots another ball in. It trickles back. Abukura. Awuah does get the piece through, but Dimmick pushes it forward, and Velo commits the foul. So a steady push. Ultimately, it never finds its way towards the 6-yard box.
Velo's got to be careful giving away free kicks. Besides the fact he's going to get a lecture from the referee, you've got Charlotte Independence under so much pressure there. You know, yes, get up tight and close, but don't allow the free kick because that just slows everything down. Charlotte can knock the ball around as they've done. They've pushed players up. It just gets the pressure off. So Velo, you want to be aggressive in the press, but there's a limit to just how aggressive you should be.
Awuah steps up, pilfers. Abukura, Ryan. Awuah curls this ball, but only as far as Dimmick. Things are simmering for Loudoun. Can they find the breakthrough? Just past the 20-minute mark in this one. If you're just joining us, we had a lightning delay of just over 2 hours for this matchup. Loudoun and Charlotte Independence, the top 2 teams in Group 5 of this year's USL Jägermeister Cup. Michael Watring, Gary Bailey, and the rest of our team. Good to have you on board with us and invite you to hang out with us tonight. Abukura finds space. Abukura slides, but Levy makes himself big and absorbs.
Good save from the goalkeeper. Brave save as well. Coming out to Abukura. Zach Ryan here with a lovely little back heel flick. And Abukura gets a toe in it, but doesn't get a lot of pace and power in it. In the end, Matt Levy with a decent save.
Loudoun enter tonight as one of the 8 remaining undefeated teams in the Jaeger Cup. All of them are from the USL Championship. There are 2 groups, in fact, that have 2 apiece. Group 1, Sacramento and Monterey Bay, and Group 3, Indy 11 and Birmingham. Loudoun trying to stay on pace with those sides and get to the knockout stage. Their possession here for Charlotte. They'll gladly accept now. Across the field it goes. Awuah backpedals and heads it out. I think incidentally wanted to keep that in play. Instead it rolls out for a corner.
I think he was trying to hit it back to the goalkeeper, Hugo Faroux, but Faroux just staying on his line, not wanting to come out, not wanting to have another mishap. He had one already in this match and got away with it. So in the end, Awuah just no choice but to stick it out for a corner. Now it's Charlotte Independence chance to take a set piece and maybe try and find the head of who else but Christian Cheney.
Always a good target. Spots like these is Juan Moreno, the Colombian. Moreno boomerangs this ball in. It bounces off of one man. I don't think he was expecting it. Inga tries to go back towards Moreno. He pokes it away from Awuah. And he commits the foul as well.
Yeah, decent set piece. Any set piece that causes confusion in the box is a good one, and that did. Ball just dropped, and eventually Loudoun able to clear it. A nice little positive moment for the visiting side, Charlotte Independence.
Vaquero glad to accept the giveaway, and it is a foul. Charlotte appealing that they should have had the advantage. Instead, they'll take the free kick.
There's a few brave, hardy souls who've come back to after 2 hours of rain delay to watch the match. So there they are on that far side of the stand, and well done to them for braving the elements.
Ball rolls past Jauregui. It was raining at the beginning of this match as well. It still hadn't completely gone away, but no time like the present to bring out the poncho. Honestly, this time of the year, probably a sight to behold if you live in this area. Ryan Martin telling us earlier in the week that there are times during training where temperatures were over 100 degrees, and on the turf even worse. So a little bit of a dip in the temperature. Well taken by the fans here to enjoy some time outside. Turner fires this ball across. Tingy brings it in. Tingy hits it first time. Ryan makes the run, and Ryan thunders this ball over the top. That was brilliant patience, and it nearly paid off.
Absolutely brilliant there from Loudoun United. How about this for a switcher play? Fantastic ball. Keegan Tingy takes it well, puts it into Zach Ryan's path. He's got to keep the ball down, and he should know better. He's such a good striker, such an experienced striker. Your first thought there, besides making contact, is get the ball down. Force the keeper to have to do something. Instead, he clears the crossbar, and nothing that Matt Levy needs to do. But what a good chance there for Loudoun United, and what a fantastic move.
Instead, we stay scoreless. Loudoun coming to life in the attack, and they have another steal here in the attacking half of the pitch. McCabe. Tingy. Tingy debates. Skundrich takes over. Karamoko makes the run. Karamoko cuts it across. Abukura was swinging the leg, but it's a well-timed stop there by Romero. Check that. I think that was Jauregui that actually made that stop.
Well, we have passed that 25-minute mark yet again for Loudoun. They just can't find the back of the net, and it's not like there's a shortage of opportunities. They've created chances, they've had set pieces. They just have had a season where the goals are not coming, with the exception of the opening day against Birmingham in the first 25 minutes, but they might still come. Such has been the dominance of the home side.
Ryan Martin said that we've discussed it, we've addressed it plenty of times throughout the year, and he just said that there really isn't a real consistency at this point. Felt like the starts against Lou City was good, Hartford was good, but they gave up the goals. As that ball will roll out for a goal kick. But there have just been moments where they've taken a moment or two off of concentration, and that's cost them a goal.
Yeah, certainly against Lou City, it was 2 long throws from Josh Jones that got them in all sorts of trouble. Didn't defend either of them, and that got Lou City into a 2-1 lead. And then when they were down to 10 men and chasing the game, they got picked off by a very professional performance by Lou City.
Well, there's space here. To the left-hand side, Baquero allows Loudoun to get back defensively. Njai. Roll it along. Everybody back for Loudoun, so Charlotte will take some time with possession. Spielman. Romero. Sprints through the middle. Romero sets up Jauregui. Dimmick overlaps. Dimmick. Jauregui again. Jauregui curls it across. Inga off of a defender as it whistles out. And it looks like it hit a hand. Instead of a corner kick, it's going to be a handball that sets up a free kick.
It's a decent position to whip a ball in. Again, we talk about the importance of set pieces for both sides. Loudoun and having to try and break down a low block, and for Charlotte Independence, not too many opportunities in attack. This is a really good one. Whip the ball in here from Bakero, and it's heading towards, if you whip it inwards, it's heading towards Farou's goal. You never know who might get a touch on it. Your side or even a defender. And that could put Charlotte ahead.
Let's see how this one sorts out. Moreno and Bakero. And it will be Bakero curling it around. Farou has to get paws on it and push it aside.
And that's exactly what happened there. Whipped in onto goal. Not easy for a goalkeeper coming through a whole bunch of bodies. Got to keep an eye on the ball, and you've got to get it away from danger, which Farou does really well. Puts a bit of power on it. Make sure it doesn't drop anywhere near his goal for an easy tap in.
Charlotte making the most of their set piece chances. Moreno curls this ball. One head down, second ball, flings in the sky, and right to Farou, and he wants to go fast, sensing he has numbers. Karamoko drags this ball forward, slams the brakes on, switches the field. Abukura, Awuwa makes the run. He gets the ball. Awuwa across. Levy bobbles as he spills it right in front. And it's last touch by Charlotte for a corner.
Levy a little bit lucky there. I think it was Zach Ryan coming in. If he'd have seen the goalkeeper spill that right away, it would have been a little tap in for Zach Ryan. Didn't quite expect it. When it came to him, he couldn't direct it into the back of the net. Have a look at it again. Goalkeeper drops it. There, there's a chance, Zach Ryan. Maybe there was a second save from the goalkeeper. Let's give him some credit.
Corner comes in, headed aside. Corner's brought to you by IBEW Local 26. Empower your future. This ball bounces down, and Levy will try to settle things down just beyond the half-hour mark. You can watch the USL Championship in Spanish on 2DN, the nation's leading Spanish language sports network. Oakland Roots face off against Detroit City on July 5th at 10 p.m. Eastern. Go to USLChampionship.com for the complete USL TV listings. So here we sit, scoreless past the half-hour point in this match, and Karamoko down and might be cramping up here.
I'm surprised he's cramping up this early after 30 minutes, but he hasn't really had a full 90-minute match for a while. He played for 45 minutes in the last match against Lou City, and when Lehrman was sent off, he unfortunately had to be replaced. He had 45 minutes against Hartford in the previous match, 33 versus Detroit City. So he hasn't had long spells to get fully fit, but this is very early in the game. If it is cramp, to be cramping up, it's a chance for the others to grab a drink and have a chat with the respective coaches.
Chance here to reset the game. We were supposed to start at 6 o'clock. Lightning struck as soon as the players walked on the pitch. And after that point, 2 hours went by. Finally, they got back on the field about 7:45 to warm up, and kickoff happened at 8:05. And the two top teams in Group 5. Loudoun atop with 6 points. Charlotte right behind at 5 points. These two teams control their own destiny to win Group 5. Loudoun on deck after this one. Have a match coming up on Thursday as they remain at home against Orange County. And then it's a tough little road stretch. A visit to Pittsburgh. They're back at home, but then they go to North Carolina and to FC Tulsa over the next month of the year. And that 10-day window will be beneficial for Loudoun to try to get a little bit of a break for them.
Well, they do need a break after a very, very busy spell, but those are not easy matches. Orange County had a fantastic win away at El Paso last match out. At Pittsburgh, never easy. Oakland, North Carolina. FC Tulsa having a season as well.
And then you look at Charlotte on the other side. They do get a break. They don't play again until July 12th And Mike Jeffrey said he's going to give his team 5 days off after this, regardless of what happens, for them to kind of reset and reshape as they get ready for the second half of the League One season.
Doing really well. Some tough matches coming up, but sitting second in the league title, you do get the sense that they could win the majority of those, and Mike Jeffrey's side try and get themselves in that top spot in USL League One.
So after Karamoko gets tended to, he's back on the pitch. And with about 10 minutes to go before the end of the first half, will either side be able to break through? Scoreless so far in this one. And a reminder that if we stay level through the full 90, we go to penalties to decide the extra point. Cheney lays this one off. Inga curls it in, but Caro was tracking it, does not get there. Instead, this is a volley opportunity that hits a man on the chance from Bashir Njai.
Not a bad effort, and you've got to be honest to say Charlotte Independence are beginning to put a little bit of pressure on Loudoun United. They've had a few little half chances. That one they're picking up a deflection on the way. And from the first 15, 20 minutes where they struggled to get any possession, Charlotte Independence, they have now pushed forward. They've got some set pieces, a couple of corners, free kick, beginning to apply some good pressure on Loudoun United.
This corner kick whistles in. Farouk two-paws it out, comes back out. Inga shoots. Farouk again parries aside. Well, this has been an entertaining matchup. We've seen 17 total shots already through 35 minutes.
That's a decent save, decent strike, just bounces though. You got to read the bounce off this wet turf, which Hugo Farouk does perfectly, and pushes it away from danger. Once again, making sure he doesn't drop it into the danger area. But look at this, Charlotte now getting a bit more possession. Beginning to show us what a good side they are.
Abukura takes this away, no foul, has time and space. Abukura funnels this ball in, Palo gets a piece, Ryan over, Karamoko rolls it wide. Within inches of a breakthrough.
So close, and a really good breakaway. Just possession lost in the other half by Charlotte Independence, and Zach Ryan just knocking it across to Karamoko, who's unmarked. So I think, to be fair, Charlotte Independence were attacking. They've thrown a lot of numbers forward. They got caught in transition and nearly paid the price for it.
10 matches going on right now in the USL Jägermeister Cup. Glad you're with us for this matchup in Group 5, one of the best ones of the night. Two teams vying for that top spot with one more match day to go in the group stage. Michael Watrang and Gary Bailey with you here this evening. We're scoreless, but it has not been shy of goal-scoring chances. Loudoun 11 shots, Charlotte 7 shots. But still no goals. Turner. This is more of what we saw in the opening 20 minutes or so.
That's why they've got such a good home record. 9 games played, Loudoun, 7 wins, 1 loss, which was Toulouse City last match, and 1 draw. They really have been imperious at home, knocking the ball around, finding gaps, winning games, again with the exception of the last one, which when you lose a player, that swung the game when Lehrman went off. And you can see why. You've got to give Ryan Martin so much credit for the team that he has built. We've been saying for years that once he got his own side, and before this they used to be a provider of players to DC United, now their own side on their own 2 feet. What a team he has created and built, Ryan Martin.
Has that perfect blend of youth and experience on this year's team.
He has picked out, when he was chatting to us, he said Florian Velo is the key for him. He's the one who pulls the strings, knocks the ball around, and makes his team tick.
Good play here. Hauregi blasted off of Abukura. It stays in play. Awua pressures. And that is a delightful pass that will not reach the target. Lehrman tracks back to slide it away.
everybody back except Christian Cheney, who just does a little bit of work there. They need him to stay up so that they've got a release valve, someone they can play to when they do eventually win possession.
Top it goes. Chipping ball. Hauregi is just going to shield, but it has that perfect backspin. I wish I could get that on my golf game.
And I think that's part of what Ryan Martin's asking this team to do, is try different ways. They played a few shots like that over the top. They have gone wide as well, but just not able to, no one's able to pick up that ball and make that run into the danger area. But it's not an easy thing. I think we've seen teams all over the world struggle to break down a low block when there's that many players behind the ball. You move it around, you're looking for just a weakness, a little gap somewhere. And they've had a few half chances, as you quite rightly say, but not been able to take them yet, Loudoun United.
Turner rolls it around. A third of Loudoun's goals this year have come in the final 15 minutes of the first half. Will another one happen here tonight? Below unable to hold on to that. Now Cheney brings it up, and Baquero is released. A long pass option does not go over there, as Njai was wide open, but Baquero tries to go to Cheney instead.
This gets too easy here for Loudoun. The sort of line of confrontation is at the most the halfway line for Charlotte. They're almost of the opinion, you know what, if you want the ball, keep it. Even here, there's no line of confrontation yet. It's only when they get into that final third that they start getting closed down by Charlotte.
Karamoko throws it to the back post. Abukura cannot track it down as it rolls out.
Meet Bob. Meet Abishola. Life isn't always easy when cultures collide.
Hey, Auntie.
But they can always count that Abishola loves Bob, and Bob hearts Abishola.
Weekdays at 7 on DCW 50.
Well, with just about 5 minutes to go before halftime, it has not been short of shots. 18 combined. Loudoun's expected goals right now is 1.82, but they have not been able to break through against this Charlotte side. Loudoun on 6 points, Charlotte on 5 through 2 matches in the Jägermeister Cup.
It's very high, nearly an expected goals of 2 there for Loudoun. Didn't think their chances were quite as clear as that, but it does show you how many chances they've had. I guess they all add up at the end of the day. No doubt Mike Jeffries will probably be the happier of the 2 coaches. They've done really well, Charlotte, to take the sting out the match, to keep it at 0-0. They have a bunch of chances themselves, which gives them the confidence, you would think, second half, to say, hey, maybe we can go on and win that. Even a draw might be enough, given they've got Richmond Kickers at home, and that should be a win. Loudoun, a slightly more difficult game, so a draw might not be the worst result for Mike Jeffries.
Charlotte have taken points in 19 of 24 matches all time against the Kickers. And that'll be who they wrap it up on July 26th. Over the top, this ball bounces twice for Awuwa. Abukura, the team's leading goal scorer, able to work it past Moreno. Malo gets back to it, bounces it away from Moreno. It stays in play. Moreno not pleased that it wasn't blown dead. Instead, it rolls out for a goal kick. Select is proud to be the official match ball supplier of the USL Championship. From the Academy to the big leagues, Select is there every step of the way. Visit us.select-sport.com for the latest Select products, specials, and more. Select, the player's choice.
Go
McCabe. Whoa. Velo finds a good pocket, just doesn't get enough on that as Oregi aids it out.
There's been a couple of moments in the last few minutes where Velo hasn't quite connected with Zach Ryan, and there with Abukura. It's a frustrating little spell this for Loudoun. That low block has worked really well for Charlotte so far anyway.
Abukura now working his way to the right channel, trying to find space and break down this Independence group. Turner. Learman. Skundrich. Abukura measures. Abukura now in the middle of the park. Was picking out Velo, but doesn't get it over the top of the back line. Whoa. Tries to carve out space. Instead, it gets pushed back. Great discipline here by the Independents.
They've tried a little chip over the back line of Charlotte 5 or 6 times in the first half, and it hasn't come off as yet. I think that's a tactic they're trying. I didn't see that often against Lou City, so maybe that's something that Ryan Martin has said, let's try this and let's see if that gets us behind the defense and in on the goalkeeper. I'll tell you at the end of the game if it's worked or not, but so far it hasn't.
There's going to be a minimum of 2 minutes of stoppage time added to the first half, brought to you by Novak. Novak's energy-saving tips are a real game changer. Njai rolls it back. Cheney tries to hold it up. Is able to do so. Here's Baquero. The break is on for Charlotte. Baquero across. It picks out Moreno. Moreno bobbles, gathers over the top, past Cheney. Back to recover is Karamoko. And yet again, a promising counter-attacking moment, and the pass doesn't have the right weight to it.
It didn't. If it was stronger, there was a couple of players on the far right-hand side for Charlotte Independence who were available.
But they get a second chance at it now. Moreno across. Baquero is there. Baquero picks space out, and it's a delightful stop defensively. The timing had to be right to deny Baquero. Moreno, Megs one, not a second. And now the break in the other direction.
Wow, what a chance for John Baquero. He had a chance to shoot, came inside and opened up his angle a little bit better, but just maybe perhaps allowed the defenders to get in there and block that shot. Absolutely brilliant chance for Charlotte Independence. I would say the best probably of the game so far for the visiting side. Let's have a look at it again. There's a run in here from Moreno. Look at the time that Baquero has, and then he cuts inside here, opens it all up. Bodies on the line. Brilliant defending from Loudoun United.
Honest, Learman is the man that gets his body in the way. He's picked up 2 red cards during the USL Championship's regular season, including that one in stoppage time on Wednesday against Lou City. But he comes up with quite the stop here tonight. Awua for Velo. Ryan unable to dodge as he hits the deck. Will there be enough time for one more chance from Charlotte? Check of the watch from Elvis Osmanovic. And he blows the foul. Well, how do you assess the first 45 minutes of play? Good attack for both sides, but neither can find that goal so far.
Yeah, they both had chances, no question about that. They defended really deep and well, have Charlotte Independence. Loudoun United haven't been able to break them down. Ryan Martin's got some thinking to do. You can see a little bit of frustration in the way he's walking. I think we're going to have a really good second half. 2 fantastic sides, and they've cancelled each other out so far, and I think Mike Jeffries will also be pleased with his team so far in this first half.
So we've played 45 minutes of action here in the Group 5 of the USL Jägermeister Cup. Our halftime is brought to you by Van Meter, and we're scoreless so far between Loudoun and Charlotte. Halftime comes your way right around the corner. Stick with us.
Will beings from another world come to Earth?
Turn left at Alpha Centauri. You can't miss it.
Watch for signs of hyperintelligence.
How long is a galactic year? 250 million years.
A love for rocketry.
I remember them going up higher.
And the capability to destroy humanity. Or could aliens live among us already? You decide on the Big Bang Theory.
Weeknights at 6 on DCW 50.
This is business today. Fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. At Segra, we'll help you navigate a complex future with state-of-the-art voice, internet, and data protection solutions. We know you have dreams, and we see your potential. Segra, freedom to grow.
DC News Now is on Roku. Early morning, ready, set, Roku. Afternoon, Roke Us. Evening, overnight, whenever you want, Roke it on Roku. Need your weather? We've got that. Want to see what the community's up to? We've got that too. Looking for ways to stretch your dollar? Roke your savings. Newscasts, features, weather, sports, living local DMV, and custom content just for you on Roku. Search DC News Now today and let's Roku and roll.
You have the power to save. Take charge of your energy bill with these tips from Novak. Adjust your ceiling fans to rotate counterclockwise for warmer weather. Novak also recommends installing a programmable thermostat to avoid cooling your home when you're away. Set your water heater to 120 degrees. Novak is helping members save energy, which means saving money. Harness your savings power. Find more tips and tools at novak.com/save.
Halftime here in Leesburg, brought to you by Van Meter. Scoreless despite a great deal of shots so far through 45 minutes of play. The production team brings you all of the coverage, all Jägermeister Cup long. Let's take a look behind the scenes.
Turn on your TV and get ready to be entertained. Few things can captivate a mass audience like live sports. And if a broadcast feels like magic,
a lot of people just think you flick the switch and it's easy and it magically appears, but there's so much that goes into it behind the scenes.
Mike Friedman is the vice president and executive producer at NEP Media Services. For USL national broadcasts on CBS, Friedman's team is close to 40 people.
They're led by the producer and director. That's for any production. And then from there, you have associate directors, you have graphics people, you have replay people, you have the camera operators, you have engineers, you have tech managers, all working for that one common goal of a smooth broadcast.
Now here's something you may not know. At NEP in South Florida, hundreds of broadcasts in the USL Championship, League One, and Super League are broadcast remotely. All stadium cameras feed directly to NEP. And just like a truck on site, camera shots are switched live. And there are eyeballs on the product. In April, CBS's production of Phoenix Rising FC at San Antonio FC peaked at 776,000 viewers.
The way we do TV for other sports is different than soccer. So it's finding that sweet spot of taking what people are used to seeing and adding that American TV touch into it.
They say it's a radio show, so why are we on TV? That's a good question. We've got a lot of them for Sean McCauley. The Indy 11 head coach joins us this week.
Feel like he's got some ideas that are going to help revolutionize the Indy 11 and what the championship looks like moving forward from a recruiting standpoint. North Carolina FC ends Louisville's historic unbeaten run to start the season. What does it mean overall?
We chat about all that and more. USL All Access Tuesday night.
Pain doesn't care who you are or why you hurt, but pain can be mastered if you know the way.
Focus!
Fight back with Tiger Balm's legendary herbal power.
Whatever it takes.
Trusted for over 100 years. Tiger Balm's proven herbal blend tames pain with the strength and speed of the tiger so that you can rise above pain.
Let's make a Karate Kid.
And get back to living. This is the way of the tiger.
Wait, come back! Wait, come back, I need more help.
Take a loan off Annie. Take a loan for free.
Today we went to the beach, and it was totally worth it. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
3 ice-cold Jägermeister shots, please. Those look warm.
Serve it cold or don't serve it at all. Jägermeister. Damn, that's cold.
Brilliant strike from Nicoletto. Push the switchbacks up 1-0. Slotted toward goal. A flying start for Charleston battery at home.
DC News Now, bigger and only getting better.
Join us as we welcome Susan Tran to the DC News Now team.
Decades of journalism experience, a steadfast commitment to community, and an energy we can't wait for.
Susan Tran joins DC News Now. Super serving the DMV with Susan Tran at the anchor desk.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us on DC News Now.
Through 45 minutes in Leesburg, scoreless between Loudoun and Charlotte. Michael and Gary back with you here as we tune in to the Jägermeister Cup, match day number 3 in the Jaeger Cup, and plenty of action to go around here tonight. We'll get to that in just a moment, but time to take a look at the news and the notes. Blue City had their unbeaten run, snapped at 19 consecutive games, 4 shy of equaling the league record. Meanwhile, Orange County and Spokane, you take a look at what Orange County did, adding some international flair, while Spokane unbeaten through 11 matches to go atop of the standings with a 1-0 victory over Richmond. That's in League One. Spokane and Charlotte will have a good duel in the second half of the year in League One to decide the victors during the regular season. Time to take a look at the scores currently going on. 10 different matches. You take a look at the other match from group number 5. Lexington just gets a third from Burke, so it's 3-0 in that matchup. In group 6, Greenville leads Miami 2-0 in that ball game. So Miami, who was atop the table, will be displaced by Greenville for the time being. Pittsburgh has a 1-0 lead. Jacqueline in the 15th minute has a lead there. Detroit just pulled one back. And Indy, who leads Group 3, clings to a 1-0 advantage, trying to break away from Birmingham in that matchup. Other scores from around the rest of the Jägermeister Cup. Madison tries to get their first win as they lead 1-0 late against 1 Knox. Charleston has just added another. Cal Jennings scores to make it 2-1 against Tormenta. Although Charleston cannot advance, they don't have a point so far in the Jaeger Cup, despite being the second best team in the USL Championship, and it's tied between Tulsa and Chattanooga and Tuxoma and Phoenix Rising so far. And then games to come up later on tonight, and some good ones, specifically out of Group 1. That's where we're going to focus a lot of our attention tonight. Las Vegas and Spokane. That's a good matchup. Las Vegas with 6 points, but they're playing their final match of the group stage against Spokane, who sits on 3 points. But the big one tonight, Sacramento against Orange County. Sacramento's on 6 points, and Monterey Bay at Oakland, they're also on 6 points. So a congested Group 1 in the Jägermeister Cup. So that's where we sit so far tonight. We have not seen any separation. Neither side have scored so far. And when we return on the Fan Meter halftime report, highlights in the second half kick.
DC News Now, the only station focusing on the entire DMV. Reporters in 5 locations throughout the region. A look at weather with a regional approach, so you always know what's ahead. And an unmatched commitment to local news. More community, more breaking news, and more weather coverage for everyone in the DMV. Join Chris Flanagan, Susan Tran, and Janessa Webb. Watch DC News Now tonight at 10 on DCW 50.
Come see what's trending on Karamo. He has deleted 1,938 texts in the last 30 days.
Unlock that phone for me. What's in there that you cannot show me?
See what's taking over everybody's feed.
You did try to gaslight her. You did try to mislead her. You did try to manipulate her.
I don't even worry about that at all.
This is a lot of chaos from the beginning.
A lot. All season on Karamo.
Weekdays at 3 on DCW 50.
At Luray Caverns, there's only one thing more timeless than the formations.
Grandma, check this out.
The memories. What will you discover? From down below to way up high, there's fun in every layer of Luray Caverns. What will you discover?
This is business today. Fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. At Segra, we'll help you navigate a complex future with state-of-the-art voice, internet, and data protection solutions. We know you have dreams, and we see your potential. Segra, freedom to grow.
Jägermeister is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the USL Jägermeister Cup. Take a shot at glory and celebrate the magic of this exciting tournament all year long. Please drink responsibly. And as we get close to the second half, we have plenty of highlights to look at from our first half as you watch our halftime, brought to you by Van Meter. Scoreless at the break, but not shy of goal-scoring chances between these two groups. And Gary, when you look at this one, it started early, and this was nearly a complete mistake from Faroux that Moreno pounced on.
Well, Moreno's inches wide, the goalkeeper. Very lucky there, Hugo Faroux. Just totally misjudged that, but it's a tight angle. Moreno just wide of that far post.
And then in the 21st minute, that's when Loudoun came to life. Abukura just couldn't get enough on that to beat Levy.
Lovely little back heel flick here from Zach Ryan into space, and Abukura just gets a toe poke on it, not much more than that. It was wave after wave of pressure from the home side, switch of play. Abukura, such a quality player, just plays that one through to Awuha. Goalkeeper actually drops it. Zach Ryan gets in it, and I think the keeper makes a second save because it goes for a corner.
And then in the 36th minute, it was really good stuff here all the way around. Ryan to Karamoko, but he couldn't put it on target.
Well, he was so close to that far post, Karamoko. Zach Ryan, good awareness to see Karamoko unmarked, and he is inches away. So plenty of chances for both sides. If you look at the stats, Charlotte Independence with more shots on target than Loudoun. Loudoun with way more possession, and I felt more opportunities to score. But both teams could have had goals, and both teams will point to missed chances.
Yeah, both sides can look at maybe 2 or 3 really good goal-scoring chances in the first half of play that neither were able to finish through the opening half of action. And here in Group 5, Loudoun lead the way with 6 points. They control their own path to victory and a group victory here. Meanwhile, Charlotte Independence, they could vie for one of those wild card positions in the knockout stage if they continue their success in this tournament, even without a win. But both sides, after a half of action, fully focused on getting all 3 points here in the Jägermeister Cup. Well, Charlotte have been productive in the second half. They've scored once of their 3 so far in this tournament. In the second half, while Loudoun on the other side, of course, they score frequently in half number 2. 2 of their goals of the 3 that they have posted so far in the Jägermeister Cup have come in the final half hour. Second half starts. Loudoun in possession, wearing the red kits against the gold for Charlotte Independence here tonight. And we're glad to have you on board for tonight's matchup at Segra Field in Leesburg, Virginia. Loudoun atop the group. They can win the group with a win and some help from Lou City tomorrow, or they can set up a winner-take-all effort with a draw against North Carolina in the final match. Meanwhile, Charlotte Independence, they control their own destiny with a win tonight or a PK win, and then a matchup against Richmond. This ball in. Awua knocks it back, but nobody is over in that direction, and it rolls out for a throw.
I just wonder if we're going to see second half similar to most of the first half. Charlotte Independence in a low block, Loudoun trying to find a way round or run away over the top, or any way in which they can put pressure on Matt Levy. It didn't work for them first half. Let's see if they can find a way through second half, or will Charlotte Independence catch them on the counter-attack?
Florian Velo is going to take this throw, and perhaps took notes from Josh Jones the other night as he walks up to this one and fires it in. And it skips off of Dimmick, who sends it right back, and Velo will get a second chance at a long throw.
The difference with Josh Jones is he put it right into the box, right near the near post. Velo not able to reach that danger area.
There's Abukura curling this ball in, and it skips right into the waiting chest of Levy.
Drew Skundrich was just running in there in the hope of getting ahead of the goalkeeper. And the ball just a little bit too close to the keeper. That's the idea, just keep putting pressure on Charlotte Independence, hoping to get that long-awaited breakthrough for the home side.
Cheney really didn't feature all that much in the first half. He's been largely held in check, but his wings, the men that had the bulk of the chances for Charlotte through 45. And here's Karamoko. He dances over the top of this, cuts it back. Karamoko throttles this ball, leaving it just enough to push it aside.
Karamoko once again so close to getting the opening goal. Levy's had a couple of decent saves. This is another one of those. Karamoko strong physically and with a good strike. That is just bending into the far corner. No wonder he grabs his head afterwards, Karamoko. He thought that was going in.
Almost looked like it was past Levy when he got his hand to it. And send it to corner, brought to you by IBEW Local 26. And that ball is knocked away by Levy all the way back out to Farouk. Skundrich. McCabe. Awua. Velo comes out. Now Awua sprints. Abukura tries to feed it back. Instead, it rolls out off the flag and out in another corner.
And again, more pressure from the home side. And Ryan Martin, as he said to us, he wants to see more return from all these set pieces. We've had quite a few of them so far.
Abukura lofts it in. It falls to Karamoko, and he skies this ball.
He's quick to turn, puts a lot of punch behind that ball, as we saw when it cleared the grandstand. He just couldn't keep it down. But how quick was he there to twist his body and get power behind the ball?
Loudoun have scored 3 times in the Jägermeister Cup. That's the fewest goals of any of the 6 group leaders entering match day 3. Tingy, and now Skundrich. Skundrich evades.
Yeah, he's like, no, keep it.
Awua. Here's Velo. McCabe. Abukura Again, fires this ball in and pass below. It goes out for a goal kick. 5 minutes into the second half. A reminder, we were supposed to start at 6 p.m. tonight, so this game should be well in the books by this point. Instead, we play on here past 9 o'clock.
I would have never guessed we had a bunch of choruses there.
James offside. Giannis Learman shoves Cheney, and one thing that Ryan Martin did mention, Learman, who's been red carded twice this season, they call it red-brained moments. You have to stay dialed in and not have those moments that earn a red card.
That's part of your professionalism. Your soccer IQ is not to bite when opponents push you, shove you, do all the things that they can do to try and irritate you. You just got to keep control of the emotions. Easier said than done in the heat of the battle, but it has cost Loudoun. It certainly did last match. And I think that was the difference between them and Lou City for me. Lou City far more professional in the way they dealt with the heat of battle.
Tingy unable to slow that ball down enough to hoist a shot. Cheney knocks the first ball down. Cannot get to the second as it rolls out for a Loudoun throw. No, check that, a Charlotte throw. Vaquero rewinds. Charlotte have taken their chances like these where they get just a little bit of possession.
If you talk about possession stats or passes in the opposition half, as this ball is lost, 216 in the first half for the home side, just 66 for Charlotte. So to your point, they don't get into the opposition half that much. Don't have many passes there, but when they do, they're fairly effective. Touches in the opposition box, 25 to 12.
Awua across. Karamoko commits the foul. It was an aggressive effort there against Inga.
He was doing some climbing over Inga's back there. And Inga seems to be slightly the worst for it. Again, Karamoko for 19, big strong boy. He's getting over the back there of Inga and now going across to offer some apologies. There was no nastiness intended, it's just sort of hit him in the back. Okay, Mike Jeffries must be looking at this thinking 52 minutes in, we're right in this game. There's no reason why we can't score a winner and take all the points with us, but Ryan Martin doing the same and trying to describe some sort of marking system with his fingers. And everyone seems to be happy there.
Soccer season is here, and SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the USL. Get all your USL tickets and more from the #1 ticketing site. That's SeatGeek, your ticket to great seats.
I just wonder if Loudoun maybe needed a slight change of approach in the next sort of 10, 15 minutes. They've got Riley Bidwa on the bench. They've got Wesley Leggett back, who's been out a couple of months. I don't know how many minutes he's got under his belt there, but or under the hood rather, but he could be someone you could throw on. And he's been a goal scorer for this team before he got injured. Ben Mines is another one who can come off the bench and have an impact. So a couple of options for Ryan Martin that he might want to turn to, and for Mike Jeffries, Webu Maru is one of them that's on the bench, and Trezor Mboyo another. So I do expect to see both managers mixing it up just to see if they can get the breakthrough.
Woo on the target here. Levy is off. But the flag is up for offside as well.
I think Levy was relieved there because he was off his line, and a little chip over his head might have dropped into the goal. I think he was delighted to see the assistant ref's flag go up.
Mike Jeffries spoke of this Loudoun side, and he said that we don't want to sit in the entire game. We need to have some possession and movement. Well, they've done a lot of that tonight. They've had some shot attempts that have forced Faroux saves. They haven't found the breakthrough quite yet, however. A team that hasn't lost back-to-back matches all year long and is coming off of that loss to Texoma in their last matchup when Solomon Asante scored late. time that these two teams met was back in 2021 when Charlotte was still in the USL Championship. Enzo Martinez had the lone goal for the Independence victory. Spielman brings it in. He can carry this ball forward as well. Inga lines it up over the top. Baquero is offside.
Wow, good ball in from Inga to Baquero. Just didn't keep himself in an onside position. But that's the threat that they pose, Charlotte Independence. But look here, just Baquero's job is just to keep himself onside. He went too early. If he hadn't, maybe there was a chance for Charlotte to have opened the scoring.
Well, we mentioned the injuries of Loudoun. Well, one thing that we haven't talked about, Charlotte, their team's leader in assists this year, Luis Alvarez, who scored in their first Jägermeister Cup, and Alfredo Medense, who was one of their more creative players as well, both recalled to their respective USL Championship sides and are no longer available. So Mike Jeffrey said that we have to find players to be able to plug in and fill those roles left behind by that pair.
I think that's the difficulty of especially a League One side borrowing players, or even a USL side borrowing MLS players. They have to sometimes go back, and you're constantly having to deal with those issues as a coach. Adds another layer of stress to an already very difficult job.
These are two of the leading goal-scoring teams in their respective leagues. But we have not seen anything so far tonight. Abukura. Breakout season for him so far this year. Learman. Below. Learman. Here's Karamoko. Karamoko has all the time in the world. Was waiting for a run. Once again, pushed that ball right in dangerous territory and gives it away. We've watched these last two matches with the 19-year-old, and it feels like Karamoko is still trying to learn that balance of being able to run at defenders and knowing when to make that pass or when to make that move one step earlier.
Yeah, and how to use his physicality, giving away a few fouls. But he is a young player, and a very, very talented one at that. And as I said last match, he won the penalty that got them level against Lou City. But the reason why he's on loan from DC United is just to sort of polish some of those edges, help him learn, as you say, when to pass it, when to shoot, when to run. But with the pace he's got and the physical strength, potentially very good player for the future.
These collide. No stoppage. Abukura waits below. Ryan gets sent along. Throw in here for Loudoun. Will either side break through? There's plenty of goals to be had around the rest of the Jägermeister Cup, but so far none here. Good chunk of games going final. Including Birmingham coming back to tie late, but losing in penalties to Indy. Detroit City gets the extra point. A late equalizer and a penalty kick shootout victory over Hartford. Down the sideline, Awuwa chases and cannot catch up in time.
There's been a lot of these balls over the top. We saw it in the first half. Loudoun, they keep trying this ball over the back four of Charlotte. It hasn't worked yet. A lot of possession lost trying it, but maybe in the space of 90 minutes they might yet get it to work.
Roughly a half hour to play in this one after a 2-hour lightning delay. Loudoun and Charlotte, teams 1 and 2 in Group 5 of the Jägermeister Cup. Trying to have the top spot going into the final match day in July. Michael Watring, Gary Bailey, and the rest of our team inviting you to see this one out in the final 30 minutes. Good ball in the middle of the park. Sis cannot time the right pass, however, as Peru was out to get it. McCabe slowly walk it forward. Below. On the right side, Tingy. McCabe. Skundrich. Abukura. Abukura rolls across. Ryan knocks it down. Skundrich. Abukura. Awua. Abukura pivots. Bounces. Below. Off of a body. That ball ricochets out. And that is just outside of the box. They call a handball. And I think it was actually Zach Ryan that took that shot.
Is this the moment for Loudoun as we have a look? Zach Ryan turning here, you're quite right. And I didn't see much in the way of a handball there. Assuming that was given for handball. Let's have a look at this angle and see what we can see. Zach Ryan, the captain, turning. Ball going there. Yeah, it does come off that left hand. Gets taken slightly off course and away from the goal, hence, I guess, the importance of the decision. So, great position. You can go left and right. You can aim for the keeper. You can try and go over the top of the wall. And if ever there was a chance for Loudoun to break this resolute Charlotte Independence defense, this could be it.
These are the moments that goal scorers want to have. Abukura, he's standing right on top of it. He had 9 goals in his first 3 years with Loudoun. During the regular season, he has 11th. Ty Cal Jennings for the Golden Boot race in the USL Championship. It's a clogged middle of the field.
I wonder if he'll go for the goalkeeper's side, avoid the wall, and just aim for the keeper through all those bodies. Hard for Matt Levy to see much.
Abukura smacks this ball, and he scorches the strings. The USL Championships Golden Boot leader with a brilliant free kick goal to break the deadlock and put Loudoun in front 1-0.
That's a really good finish from Abukura. Puts it to the goalkeeper's side of the goal. Maybe he just left too much. He was creeping Matt Levy. And if you say to a player from the edge of the box, I'm going to give you that I'm going to give you that side of the goal to aim for, well, you better be confident you can get to the ball. A bit of bowing from Zach Ryan. That is a perfect finish. And I've got to question Matt Levy leaving as much space on his side of the goal. You're generally meant to cover your side of the goal, and the space you leave is over the wall. And he gets punished, does Matt Levy.
Well, how about that shot by Abukura as he scores, presented by Hanley Energy. Energy management for a digital age. Abukura adds his second goal of the Jägermeister Cup. And Loudoun make a couple changes here as well, brought to you by Segra. It's Ben Mines and Robbie Dambrot coming in. Karamoko and Skundrich are the two that come off the field.
He's having some season, Abukura, joint Golden Boot leader. And he just needs one more in the USL to match the most ever scored by a player under 21 years of age. Here he is scoring in the Jaeger Cup as well, and at least they've scored first. The first time since Birmingham in the opening game. Sorry, that's not correct. It's the first time in 8 games that they've scored first. The Birmingham one was a different story, but whatever it is, Loudoun are delighted. because they're ahead, and they took a real blow against Lou City, losing 4-1 in a match they looked like up until halftime in the Lehman red card that they were likely or possibly going to win. So this would be the perfect comeback. Now, of course, don't write Charlotte Independence off.
This ball rolls into the box. Arcing ball. Tingy was the closest. Inga clears. Well, perhaps Loudoun need to play more Jägermeister Cup matches. They've scored first now in all 3 of their Jägermeister Cup matches this year. It took them until the 96th minute against Lexington in their first matchup in the Jägermeister Cup to score. Tonight, it takes till the 63rd minute for Abukura to score yet again. The team this year 7-3 when he hits the net.
And that stat I was looking for is they've conceded first in 7 of the last 8. They haven't conceded first here, and that'll be a very happy moment for Ryan Martin.
And let's see how Charlotte Independence now combat that. It looks like Swebu Maru is by the 4th official and will come in at the next chance, and that chance will be right now. And Juan Moreno is the one that Maru replaces, the 24-year-old Cameroonian, coming with the Cameroon national team. Let's see how Loudoun sees this one out as they score first for the 8th time overall this year in all competitions. Across it goes over everybody.
Interesting bringing Robbie Damrod in for a midfielder in Skundrich. If they go to 3 at the back and just sort of try and defend this lead a bit more.
Here's a chance. Ryan dances. Ryan rips! And it rolls wide right.
Such a good player, Zach Ryan. And when you add him to Abukura and Karamoko, they've just got such a dynamic front 3 at the moment, Loudoun have. Look at that ball just going wide of the goal. Matt Levy might have made the save, though. Does look like he's in the right position.
And Charlotte find a leveler. They've been outshot now 16-8 overall in the match. That was a lot closer number through 45 minutes of play. Romero brings it forward. Former LAFC man funnels this in. It is a hefty initial touch by Maru, and he's fortunate to get a corner out of this. That was a promising moment for Charlotte, and Maru just didn't get enough on it.
Was a very, very good chance. Beautiful ball played in from Romero. Then his first touch, maybe not quite the perfect one there for Maru. Couldn't turn and head it all in one move.
It does lead to a corner kick, however, for Charlotte. About 20 minutes to go. Centering ball ends up over everybody, and we get the contact in the middle of the field on Injai. And it will be a goal kick. Well, Loudoun have only conceded once so far in the Jaeger Cup. Only San Antonio and Indy have given up fewer goals through the first 2 days of the tournament. Indy have given up 1 tonight, and San Antonio lead Union Omaha 1-0. Ball given away. Timely interception, and now Abukura takes it away. Not in that big of a rush as he walks across midfield. Njai, Maru, Inga, Baquero. Baquero darts to the middle of the field. Romero, Baquero, able to get it over the top of that central defender. And now Abukura. There's a lot of space on this right-hand side for Mines. Mines waits. Mines grabs. Hefty on the touch. Chips high and out. Levy does enough to bother Mines.
What a good chance for Ben Mines. His first touch has to kill the ball completely. Lovely ball coming in here from Zach Ryan. Now your first touch has got to be down, and it bounces too high, and then of course goalkeeper Matt Levy is able to close down that gap, and to chip the goalkeeper becomes very difficult. Crucial first touch from Ben Mines. It just doesn't quite work out for him.
Loudoun would love a second. Trying to get to the top of the table, and then watch how things play out tomorrow, knowing that they could win the group by the end of the weekend with a regulation win tonight. And Lou City beating North Carolina are going to penalties against North Carolina tomorrow. That game being moved because of rain. We had a 2-hour lightning delay here. Finally got underway after 8 p.m. And despite 20 total shots in the first half, we were scoreless through 45, and Abukura gets a free kick from 19 yards away and slots it in perfectly into the right side of the netting to put Loudoun in front 1-0, and that's where we stand right now.
And to make his manager happy, because he did say to us, as we mentioned before, I want to see more from set piece as well. They won a set piece thanks to Zach Ryan's pressure, and they buried the set piece, and that's how you break this sort of low block down. You use the free kicks and those opportunities to punish the side that sits in the low block. And they've managed to do that so far, Loudoun United.
Come see what's trending on Karamo. He has deleted 1,938 texts in the last 30 days. See what's taking over everybody's feed all season on Karamo.
Weekdays at 3 on DCW 50.
Loudoun make a change, brought to you by Segra, as Zach Ryan's shift is over and Wesley Leggett appears for the first time since May 17th. 2 goals this season for Leggett. That ball crossed in, knocked down by Velo. Cheney was circling, given right back. Finally taken over. Njai shoots from 25 yards away. He beats Faroux and ties the score at 1 apiece.
Wow, what a good strike that was. Absolutely brilliant from a long way out. Big smile there on Mike Jeffrey's face. And what a good finish it was. I think it might have caught Faroux a little bit unsighted because he seemed to be late to respond. There's the little back heel to Maru, and he tucks it in that near corner. Goalkeepers generally should have the near post covered, but there might be a lot of bodies there. Sudden change of direction, but what a good strike from Maru. And he's had 5 goals in the league, and you can add that one in the Jaeger Cup. What a good season he's having.
An impactful campaign for Maru as he scores for the first time in the month of June. And just like that, the lead lasts less than 10 minutes, and Charlotte have pulled level at 1 apiece as they find the breakthrough from the substitute Swebu Maru. Now pressure coming. Maru circling.
Come on, boys! Put the pressure on!
Can Loudoun find a response? Velo threads the needle here. Awua forward. Leggett runs in. Kingy is there. Touches it back. They cannot get enough pace on it to pick a teammate out. Both teams going for it. Right hand side. Mines again. Mines crosses. Leggett was the closest. And all Jauregui does is send it away for a corner.
Wow, Wesley Leggett was probably inches away from making a big impact on his comeback game. And have a look at this. Mines there puts that ball just literally in front of Leggett, who can't reach out and dispatch it.
15 minutes left. Abukura slingshots this ball across, and it never will hit a body in play as it is blown dead with a foul. Can't watch the match? Turn on Sirius XM FC 157, North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access on Tuesday nights, plus hear live matches from the USL, the MLS, Premier League, and more, all on Sirius XM FC 157 and the new Sirius XM app.
Wait, I hear her. I hear her. She's over there.
Couple changes brought to you by Segra here for Charlotte. It's going to be Pedro Fonseca and Christopher Jaime, both coming in as that duo replaces Baquero and Jauregui. Both coaches dipping into the well here. Less than 15 minutes to play. We've already seen plenty of late result-changing goals in the Jägermeister Cup on a busy night. Here goes Leggett. Leggett turns the table. Hasn't scored since mid-April and doesn't get anything on that to challenge Levy.
It does seem that Loudoun United are creating more of these chances as we enter the sort of final phase of the game. Leggett, his sharpness, his ability, unfortunately doesn't connect with that very well. But it's been little opportunity, one after the other from the home side. Not that much coming the other way in these final moments. Be very impressive to see Charlotte try and push forward to grab the winner, which, given that they're a point behind Loudoun, they probably need to do if they're to stay in the driving seat.
Loudoun have only won one time in 6 matches against Charlotte. That was the first meeting back in May of 2019. But that history long ago. Charlotte looking to ensure that they don't lose back-to-back matches for the first time this year. Have tied the score. Be a dandy of a finish in store for us here as this ball splashes down. And Faroux is there to cradle. Abukura touches it back. Now in the middle of the field, Fonseca can charge. Fonseca nudges it out. Shaney loops it over. Maru was waiting for it, but it is Learman that knocks it away. Leggett again hustles after. The top 2 teams in Group 5. The Jägermeister Cup looking for winners in regulation. Abukura. Spielman pushes it out. Awua. Below. Abukura springs. Touches it forward. Awua not there. Now here comes Njai and company. Njai cannot get it through. Inga. Fonseca. Throw in for Charlotte. Sis. Romero. Pivots. Chips. Sis. Right back. Fonseca the target. Sis unable to hold on to it. Inga likewise. Mines. Well-timed slide tackle from Njai. Inga draws the foul on Mines.
I think it's a bit more than a foul, Ben Mines. He missed the ball completely, grabbed the player. I'm surprised there that Elvis Osmanovic didn't even have a word with Ben Mines. Let's have a look at it again. I think he totally misjudges Ben Mines there. He misses the ball, catches the player, brings him down. Ryan Martin just steps away and doesn't say anything. This free kick might be an opportunity for Charlotte to create an opportunity by bombing the ball into the box and pushing the big guys up.
Only been one card tonight. That was Inga in the 16th minute, a yellow card.
It's been played in a good spirit, this match. Hasn't been nasty at all. A little bit different to the battle that took place midweek against Lou City and the red cards, 2 red cards and everything else that transpired.
Pedro Fonseca funnels this ball across. Farouk with both hands catches.
Well, they did try and bomb the ball in the box. They just got it a little bit too close to the goalkeeper.
eFootball is here. Live your dream, ramp your team, and play as your favorite USL Championship club. eFootball is free to play. Download it now. Ball's taken away. And now the sprint is on. Laid off. It's Cheney. Cheney muscles. Farouk makes himself big, denying the tournament's leading goal scorer.
Wow, what a chance for Christian Cheney to wrap this match up for Charlotte Independence. Good save in the end by Farouk. Just wonder if Cheney could have chipped the keeper. He's hit it low and hard, where's the keeper's body is likely to be. It just shows you that Charlotte Independence, not settling on the draw, really are having a go here at Loudoun United. What an exciting end to this game it is, all perfectly balanced.
Almost makes you not want to leave this one. 1-1, Loudoun and Charlotte. The top spot in Group 5 on the line. Fonseca shoots it across. Jaime waits. Has it skim off of his head. Just misjudged it a little bit and can't keep it down. With less than 10 minutes to go. Loudoun and Charlotte Independence coming down to the wire in regulation. Either side be able to win this in regulation. Skims a backside and works out well here for Loudoun. Tingy had to wait. Now gets it from Mines. Tingy steps back left. Throws it out top. Below waits. Picks out Tingy once more. Tingy. It's Mines starting to the touchline. Mines keeps it in play. 2 defenders converge and take. Cheney does his job to hold it up, draw the foul, and it will be a free kick. This game has been played in good fun here tonight, and you take another look at this one as the two bodies come together. And Cheney appealing for a yellow card and will not get such a card. You almost forget to remember that way back in time, there was lightning that delayed us 2 hours. And it has been a thriller once we restarted action here tonight. There's some space. Fonseca blasts. And that one goes up and out and over everything. The USL Championship and League One are on CBS Sports and ESPN platforms all season long. Catch live matches and expert analysis every day on the CBS Sports Golasso Network and ESPN+. Go to USLChampionship.com or USLLeague1.com for the complete USL TV listings. 5 more minutes plus stoppage time to avoid a penalty kick shootout. Over the top, it is Awua against Jaime. And just cannot hold on to it long enough. Charlotte look almost maybe like the more potent side the last several minutes. Since getting the equalizer, Abukura put Loudoun in front on a free kick in the 63rd minute. And then in the 73rd, it was Maru on a long distance attempt from about 25 yards away to tie it up. And here we go. A breakthrough here, perhaps. Jaime leaves it. Enga crosses the head. Not enough power or pace on that. And certainly not the accuracy from Fonseca. Well, this could be anybody's group, depending on how that final day plays out, if Loudoun aren't able to win in regulation. Entering the night, Loudoun on 6 points, Charlotte on 5 points, and Lou City and North Carolina both sitting on 3 points. A regulation win from one of those two teams could make things interesting in their final match if Charlotte are able to win based off of who could potentially get a wild card if North Carolina beats Loudoun in that final. But the thing that we do know is if Loudoun regulation Carolina. More action to come throughout the rest of the evening in the Jägermeister Cup. A fun-filled, jam-packed day of action in the USL Championship and League One teams colliding throughout the night. Well, Hugo Faru is down, and he provides our save of the match presented by Segra. And he's had to make a few here tonight in this matchup, but none was better than this one after Baquero threw this ball across, and you see the late reaction by Faru to get down to his left-hand side on the free kick from Baquero, not just to save it, but also to keep it away from the awaiting Independence attack. How much stoppage time will there be as well in this one? Decisions to be made by these two coaches, perhaps with penalties lurking. If Loudoun do go to penalties, it would set up a possible winner-take-all group stage finale against North Carolina if North Carolina are to win tomorrow in Louisville. But both teams looking for 3 points tonight. Will either side be able to do it in the next few minutes? After all the possession that Loudoun had in that first half, hasn't been the case in the second. Tingy chases after this. He has the edge against Inga. Tingy blasts the ball off of Inga. It's kept in play, but has well too much on that. As it goes out for a Charlotte throw. A massive credit to the fan base here in Leesburg, Virginia, sitting through that 2-hour delay. Waiting for this one to take flight after the lightning delay. Rain through much of the evening, past 8 o'clock, past our kickoff time. And still sporting the ponchos here tonight. Enjoying our matchup here in the USL Jägermeister Cup. Velo, Tingy touches it back. Long distance, arcing shot. Flies into the paws of Levy. McCabe decided to give it a shot. Maru bobbles. Can he get to his feet before that ball rolls out? He will not. I think even if he kept his balance, he wasn't going to be able to get there in time. But it does lead to a corner kick here for Charlotte. And waning moments of this one. How much stoppage time will be left? We're hearing about 4 minutes of stoppage time to play between Loudoun and Charlotte. Pedro Fonseca heads over. Ryan Martin anxiously awaits. Fonseca sets it up. Fonseca hooks this ball in. Swabu knocks it down. Cheney gets a second piece. It is Romero with an opportunity. And in the end, we get a whistle and a foul. It nullifies that chances. There will be a minimum of 4 minutes of stoppage time added to the second half. Brought to you by Novak. Novak's energy-saving tips are a real game changer. In transition now. Mines gets shoved away by the young buck, Romero. And it is Mines that touches it last. And these are the interesting moments down the stretch here in this one. In a tie game, Charlotte want to go fast. They want to go for it down the stretch. Stoppage time. Christian Cheney tied the score in the 92nd, only to see Solomon Asante win it in the 96th. And Texoma and Phoenix are tied 3-3, so Texoma's goal-scoring prowess on full display these last few games. A game that has featured nearly 30 shots. This ball bounces high, and Farouche straddles the chalk and picks it up. Only 1 goal apiece so far in this one. Will that change? Advantage playing. Abukura, who has scored. Valo, who leads the team in assists this year. Back to McCabe. It's a foul. It's a booking as well on Charlotte. And it will be a moment defensively here as you see Cheney go into the books in the 92nd minute. Coming back to defend. The man that entered as the leading goal scorer in this year's tournament and the second leading goal scorer in the tournament's history. Get picked up with a yellow card presented by Continental Cards. Continental Cards, elevate your collection. Delatif Abukura will have the opportunity. The last time he was sitting on top of a free kick, he scored. 63rd minute. Now he tries to set the stage. Abukura slingshots this ball in. Bodies back pedal, whistle blows. And a foul. And now we're going to get a yellow card as well. That's going to be on Wesley Leggett. Repeated infractions, although Leggett came in the 73rd minute. I don't necessarily remember enough to warrant a yellow card for Leggett, but he does get this one. You see that little brush with Inga. And Leggett a little confused as well. Yellow cards brought to you by Continental Cards. Continental Cards. Elevate your collection. Levy puts the ball in play. We might have one more chance for either of these two teams to collect the full 3. Jaime dashes past the first man. Jaime gallops past the second. Jaime crosses, and it goes out, and it will be another corner kick here for Charlotte. The 21-year-old from San Diego, former LAFC Academy product, wins that corner for his group. Pedro Fonseca heads over as he tries to ensure that this will be the last action of the night. Fonseca boomerangs this ball. One head back to the sideline. Awua gets it away, and indeed penalty kicks will decide this one tonight. Abukura scores in the 63rd minute, only to see Maru tie it in the 73rd minute. And we sit level at a goal apiece through regulation, and Loudoun will not be able to clinch the group this weekend. They will need an effort in Pens to win this one here tonight, and Charlotte tries to make sure that the path goes through them for the top spot in Group 5. Time to take a look at highlights in this matchup, as it has been fun-filled. It has been jam-packed as well. There were some early opportunities. Here's Ryan in the 63rd minute. hitting this ball. It hits a hand. Otherwise, that was going out for a corner kick. Because it hits the hand, sets up a free kick, and Abdelatif Abukura just absolutely flawlessly finishes that ball into the right side of the netting. But 10 minutes later, Swebu Maru comes in as a substitution. Loudoun cannot clear. Two men had chances. Learman unable to do so. Ultimately, Maru hits enough of this one with good accuracy to beat Peru and give Charlotte its opening goal to tie the score at a goal apiece in this one. You take a look at the full-time stats as well. 33 combined shots, 10 combined corners, 10 combined shots on target, but only 1 goal per side. And we head to penalty kicks to try to decide who is going to take the extra point in this one. If Charlotte are to get the penalty shootout victory, they would move to the top of the table with 7 points, tying Loudoun for the 7, but of course head-to-head would decide that, and then they would have a chance to clinch the group by taking out Richmond in their final matchup of the group stage. So, head into penalty kicks here in this one to decide who is going to take the extra point. So far tonight, we've seen a couple matches go to penalties. Indy 11 and Birmingham went to pens. Indy would survive that one 7-6 in penalty kicks after Preston scored the equalizer in the 94th minute. Detroit City got a late equalizer, and they would win in penalties 3-2 at Hartford. And Charleston would take out Tormenta after Tormenta tied it late 5-4 in penalties. So, to penalties we go here. 4th matchup of the night to hit PKs. And let's see how these two sides will handle penalty kicks with a little bit something extra on the line here in Group 5 of the USL Jägermeister Cup. A couple more matches getting ready to start, and one more at 10:30 this evening, as this is one of the 5 matches currently going on in the Jägermeister Cup. It's good to have you with us tonight. Michael Watring and our team with you here in Leesburg, Virginia, seeing this one through to the end tonight. It looked like perhaps Loudoun had their chances. Certainly Independence had more than their fair share of opportunities, but in the end, neither side able to add a first goal in the first half or a second goal in the second half. And that's where we sit, heading into penalty kicks in this one. So all eyes will be on Hugo Farouk as well as Matt Levy, and it will be Pedro Fonseca that steps to the spot first and foremost. Fonseca entered as a substitute in the 77th minute. Former member of Real Monarchs and Tormenta is in his first season with Charlotte, and he tries to get the ball rolling here for Charlotte Independence. Check of the cage. Farouk gets his final instructions. There's that starfish technique being shown by Farouk that has become all the rage with keepers in the last several years, trying to make themselves big. Fonseca connects, and he starts it off with a goal. Farouk dives in the opposite direction, and it starts off 1-0 in favor of Charlotte. Well, it's a clean finish in the end. You can see Farouk sprinting to his left. And Tingy is the first man to step up for Loudoun. Tingy, 24 years of age, the former Stanford Cardinal, will have his opportunity. Levy settles it. Keegan Tingy slugs. It's saved by Levy. How about that? A save from Matt Levy.
At the end of the first round, Charlotte leads Loudoun.
One round down, and Matt Levy has the upper hand. You can see that save. It's a really comfortable one in the end, near his hip. And a good level as well for him to knock that ball away. So now, Nick Spielman, the central defender. Third season with Charlotte. Spielman smacks this ball and knocks it in the net. 2 for 2 are Charlotte in penalties. Both times Farouk have dove to the wrong side as Spielman finishes that one off. Has only scored twice in his professional career. But Spielman makes it 2-0, and you sense that this is probably a must-score time. And you turn it over to one of the best in the country at any level, Abdelatif Abukura. He has now scored 14 times this year in all competitions. A breakout campaign for Abukura. Can Levy make another stop? Abdelatif Abukura sprints, arcs, and beats Levy this time. It is well taken, well finished, and despite Levy diving in that spot, cannot get a paw to it. Well, you see why he's one of the best. Look at that finish, just hit it well, and Levy, who gets to the right spot, it was just hit sharply, and Levy looks right back at Abukura. 2-1 Charlotte. And now here comes Fabrice Inga. He scored 3 times during the regular season, the 27-year-old from Cameroon. Inga takes his time, smashes, it hits the post, it stays out. A miss provides Loudoun a chance to respond. Take another look at Inga. He hits it well, hits it in the direction that he wants, and it's a good area as well in terms of height, but it smacks the woodwork. And now to Ben Mines, a 65th minute substitute. The 25-year-old from Ridgefield, Connecticut, tries to level penalties. Mines muscles and beats Levy decisively this time. First time that Levy guesses in the wrong direction. And we're tied through 3 rounds at 2. Well, the fans that showed up and stayed through the 2-hour delay are getting their money's worth tonight. Through 3 rounds, all square at 2, and here comes Christian Cheney. A Jägermeister Cup high 3 goals in 2025. 5 total goals in his Jaeger Cup career, second most. And a man that has scored in 9 of the last 11 lines this ball up. Cheney clubs and finishes. Christian Cheney hit that ball in a spot that if Farouk dives in that direction would have probably been a comfortable area for him to try to make a stop. But instead, Charlotte is back out in front. 3-2, and here in the 4th round, Ryan Martin turns the ball over to Cole Turner, the 23-year-old, who's made strides after numerous knee surgeries. Turner throttles this ball and leaves no doubt behind on that one. Crinkles the cords. Went right down the middle with it as well. Levy dives left, and all he can do is look back over the right shoulder as he watches that one go through. And now to the 5th round. And Swebu Maru, who ensured that we would go to this position with his equalizing goal in the 73rd minute, just 6 minutes after coming on as a sub. Maru hits it first time. Maru dives and smothers. He's going to get a yellow card as well. Now how about Maru? He wasted no time to shoot that ball, and it leads to a save. And now Loudoun can win it. It's in a very comfortable spot. And it all comes down to this in round 5. Loudoun can win it here. Giannis Learman steps up. Learman, who has not scored since college. Learman lashes. Levy gets a piece, but it beats him. Tucks it into the corner, and Loudoun capture the extra point. And the road to Group 5 victory goes through Loudoun with one more match to go. Learman struck it well. Levy gets a piece, but cannot keep it out. And Giannis Learman provides the victory tonight as Loudoun win it in penalties, 4-3. And we'll wrap things up right around the corner. Loudoun take the extra point. They have 8 points in Group 5 as we step out for a breather. Recapping it next.
Super serving the DMV means covering the entire DMV.
Weather with a regional approach so you know what's moving in and where the action will be.
And most importantly, so you know when it's getting serious.
DMV First Warn Days on DC News Now means you need to be weather aware.
So you can prepare, plan, and keep your family safe.
DC News Now, super serving the entire DMV. Get your forecast at dcnewsnow.com.
Meet Bob.
Did you sign up for your boating class?
Nah, I gotta learn how to swim first.
Meet Abasola.
New shoes?
They are a lifestyle.
They fell in love and now have a blended family.
You are a bad influence.
You're welcome.
Life isn't always easy when cultures collide.
Hey, Auntie.
But they can always count that Abasola loves Bob.
Everything's gonna be great.
And Bob hearts Abasola.
Weekdays at 7 on DCW 50.
Loudoun United capture the extra point this evening, winning in penalty kicks after they watched a 1-0 advantage be erased in the 73rd minute, and they lead Group 5 with 8 points and 1 match to go against North Carolina to try to decide things in the USL Jägermeister Cup. As we recap things tonight here from Leesburg, Virginia, between Loudoun and Charlotte Independence, and it was this moment in the 62nd minute. Ryan shooting a ball, it hits a hand just outside of the 18-yard box. It enables Abdelatif Abukura to finish a brilliantly taken free kick in the 63rd. He scores for the 13th time this year, and Loudoun leads 1-0. But 10 minutes later, Swebu Maru comes in, and 5 minutes after he steps on the field, he gets himself into a delightful position, and Maru, one touch, and the hammer drops as he beats Faru into the corner and puts the game on level terms with a quarter hour to play in this one. Neither side able to get the breakthrough. And then in penalty kicks, Keegan Tingy on the first round gets saved by Levy, and that allowed this Charlotte side to have the upper hand. But Inga in round 3 hits the post, and that allows Loudoun to pull level. And in round 5, Maru on one step hits it right to the keeper, Faru. He smothers, and then Giannis Learman puts this game away despite Levy getting a piece. Cannot keep it out as it hits his paws and finds the side netting. And Loudoun captured the extra point. And depending on how things close out tomorrow, they could set up a winner-take-all matchup against North Carolina on July 25th. But the route to Group 5 victory in the USL Jägermeister Cup goes through Leesburg and goes through Loudoun United, as Loudoun United take the extra point, 4-3 in penalties. For my partner Gary Bailey and our entire crew, I'm Michael Watring. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the express written consent of the United Soccer League.